that's so cool. Oh, you guys are promoting your ride?
They are. I'm a customer.
Oh, you are. Oh, cool.
Oh, hey there.
Is it hard to ride?
No, it's actually a lot of fun.
Oh, wow.
As long as you just go with it, you're good to go.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Okay, good. All right. You want to try it out?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I don't want to crash though.
You should be fine.
What do I do?
Oh, it's very simple. You just take a seat. I can hold that mic for you. So very easy. You have your brake right here. Acceleration, you just pull back on it, and your feet just like that. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, go for it. So, how's your experience with Irby so far?
It's awesome.
Yeah?
This is the new way, right?
There you go.
How do you feel, sir? How do you feel? You like that?
No, how'd you like it?
Awesome.
Not bad, huh?
Yeah, are these new?
Yeah, so we make them right here in Pasadena, just 4 blocks away.
Oh, cool.
They're folding, electric. Do you mind folding it for us?
This way.
Just fold it out really easily. And all made right here in Pasadena, all electric.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. How much does that cost?
1,700. Yeah, you got it. Hello.
Hi. I don't hear anything, do you? Howard. Howard, did they say anything? Hello, Howard. Did they say anything?
Yeah, they're taking a live shot during the weather and then coming to us after. She said she'll tell us when she's clear with those shots.
Can I come to you guys?
Yeah.
Okay, we're.
You can tell them the story about this right here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, straight down. At the second light. Oh, here it comes. Shit.
Oh, look at the stealth. The stealth.
Oh, wow.
Okay. We saw it go by already, and the crowd cheered when they saw that because this is the start of the parade, as you were mentioning. Take a look. We could see them coming up over the hill right there on Colorado Boulevard. This is the annual Rose Parade kicking off right now here in Pasadena. Thousands of people are all along Colorado Boulevard. A lot of people camping out overnight. This is the moment they've been waiting for hours in the cold, just gearing up for today, watching 40 floats that'll come down here along the 5.5-mile route, as well as 19 marching bands, over a dozen equestrian units as well. I mean, this is a jam-packed morning, and this family came all the way from Arizona. You slept overnight in an RV, but then camped out here to get a front row seat. Why do you do this?
We love the Rose Bowl. We love parades.
What do you love the most about the parade? I mean, it's so unique because you see these floats come by with all fresh flowers, fresh seeds on them.
We think it's amazing how they can turn flowers into pictures and just make everything come to life.
And how bad was it overnight?
It was cold, but we had a good time.
They packed away their bonfire or their little allowable fire because there's a lot of things that aren't allowed along the parade. What are you guys looking forward to seeing?
I have no idea.
It's a surprise for you, huh?
Yeah, anything that's cool.
And how about for you? You remember this as a kid or not
No,
really?
I don't remember any of this, but I'm excited.
So your mom just dragged you out, huh?
Yeah.
From Arizona.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, but I'm excited. It sounds like fun.
All right, well, it's getting underway. As you can see, again, the police in uniform, in formation right there. We can't wait to see the first float. Of course, all the judging took place earlier this morning. Those winners were announced, and it is just so spectacular when they actually make their way past our viewing area, and of course, millions will be watching on TV. We'll bring you the highlights coming up. Let's send it back to you guys in the studio. I actually, as a Girl Scout, was able to decorate one of the floats as a volunteer. And then if you don't make it out here, you can also view all the floats. They're parked until tomorrow. So I did that as well, but I didn't actually camp out. These people are hardcore. They endured some cold temperatures to be out here. I'm not that hardcore though.
like the hat. Very nice. Last year they did more of but they do it further down. More of that show. But I guess because we're right at the front of it.
stop the route.
When you think about it, this could be a very
Yeah. I know.
like that clown.
Right. Exactly.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Prepared to be transported as you experience the beauty and
The Rose
splendor of the
Parade
road.
is just now
For
starting.
your safety, please stay
If you're tuning
behind
in with the Hollywood Howard show,
and please
it
be
is,
respectful of the
you
participants.
missed the stealth bomb. But that is the start of the parade right there.
17 Rose Parade, presented by Honda.
Down there. Hey, Claudine! Happy New Year, goon. Turn it up. Seriously? That should be all the way up. What are you talking about? I'm blaming you, Chief. It's not very loud right now. Like you can't hear a band or any pomp or circumstance. It should be. Oh, get turned. I see. My bad. Yo, Larry in the house. Everybody don't forget to follow on the Hollywood Howard fan page on Facebook. The profile is here in the Periscope profile. I blame you, Nessa. I blame you. It was perfectly fine until you just said that. It's because of Nessa, Carlos. Yourselves a round of applause for being here at the Rose Bowl Parade. You guys could have been anywhere. You're here with us. You guys here for revenge or entertainment? You guys here for revenge or entertainment?
For a job.
Oh! You guys want to watch the parade? Try it. Nice to meet you guys. Likewise. Mr. Mayor! Mr. Mayor!
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, we'll find
Yeah. Oh, keys? That was in that pocket. Hold us real quick. Will you do me a favor too?
Did you get your battery from that lady under her car?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I did. Yeah. Oh, is this that parade? Oh, shoot. Oh, this isn't it.
Completely blocked the other side. Oh no. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you.
So this could be our highest number ever, this 8 o'clock hour, huh?
Excuse me. Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're 2 minutes away.
Yeah.
Come to me. This is a big winner. Jeez. What? Okay. Got it.
It's so good, it's dripping on wood, get a ride in the internet, could go.
lot of poop out there today.
Yeah, doing a good job.
And it looks like we have lost that feed of the Rose Parade momentarily. I want to give you guys a quick look at New York City while I work to get that Rose Parade feedback. Okay, everyone, we are working to get that feedback for you in just a moment. In the meantime, though, I do want to go ahead and play for you some of our top headlines from the morning show this morning. Stand by.
Everybody, 7 o'clock. Everybody, 7 o'clock here on Monday, January 2nd. And for me, the key is don't have to buy new pants.
No.
Keep your pants.
Right. Keep the pants.
Yeah.
On. Keep your pants.
If you can keep your pants
on,
well, no, not
that's
on.
Celeste.
The same
that's
size.
her addendum.
Well, that's a good one.
Keep the same pants.
Keep the yeah.
Don't have to buy bigger pants.
Oh, yeah. And it's a fight. It's a struggle. I'm going to help people out today at Mountainside.
Oh, that's right. You're going to go.
In spite of Celeste's attitude toward the whole thing. What did you think? Sounded like torture.
I said it was torture.
Oh, torture.
Yeah.
It can be fun.
It gets better, but it begins as torture.
Yes, it does.
But it gets better.
Yeah, it does. It can't get worse.
No.
It can only get better.
And you'll fit into those jeans.
Yeah, you will. Here's your day. Fair skies. Nope. We've got sunshine scheduled for Wednesday, but we're starting you off today under the clouds, and more of that coming as we get on toward tomorrow as well. But we'll sort it all out in the forecast in just a couple of minutes, you two.
All right, buddy, thank you. Let's get the news now for you. It's 7:01. Police in a South Phoenix neighborhood after a man is found dead in a home there. Our Liz Kodalik is live at the scene. And what are you finding out here, Liz?
Well, we're going on hour 9 of this investigation, Troy. Earlier in the morning, it did seem like things were winding down, but turns out not the case. It's been about 2 hours that we have seen detectives go in and out of this mobile command unit now, focusing their investigation on a home here that we haven't been able to get a great look at. However, police did tell us that they found the man's body inside of that home after he was shot to death last night. All of this started around 10 p.m. when police got a 911 call from someone who heard shots fired in this area. Specifically, we're talking about 17th Way in Euclid in South Phoenix. Police got here, looked through the window of that home, and saw a man lying on the floor. Officers had to force their way inside in order to investigate, and when they did, they found that that man had died. The man still has not been identified at this hour. But as police began searching around that home to try and figure out exactly what had happened there, they found a second man inside. They're calling that man a person of interest this morning, describing him as being uncooperative and combative. Now, back out here live, still unclear whether that man is still on scene here right now somewhere or if he was taken in for questioning. We're also waiting to hear exactly how the two men are related to each other, if at all. But police tell us, Troy, that at this time they are not looking for anyone else in relation to this case. We'll keep you posted with any developments, though. Back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you for the update on that. Police are searching for the driver who hit and killed a woman last night and then took off. Hit and run crash just before 10 o'clock last night. This happened near Tatum and Bell. Police say a woman in her 20s was killed here. The suspect drove off in a red truck. New this morning, firefighters were surprised put out a house fire near Bullard and Cactus. We're told the flames started in a bathroom. Then the heat caused a toilet to break there, and that caused some flooding. It's believed nobody was inside when that fire broke out, but you can see the flooding there on the front. in the driveway. Just a few weeks ago until Donald Trump takes office, and the White House has gotten a technology upgrade. New computers with faster internet are being installed there, but there are questions about how much Donald Trump will even use the computers, or his staff anyway. He told reporters no computer is safe from hacking, and he prefers a more personal method, going old school. Suggests writing things down and then sending those papers by courier.
It's very important. But you know, if you have something really important, write it out and have it delivered by courier, the old-fashioned way. Because I'll tell you what, no computer is safe. I don't care what they say, no computer is safe. I have a boy who's 10 years old. He can do anything with a computer. If you want something to really go without detection, write it out and have it sent by courier.
And some more big changes in Washington this week. The new Congress is going to be sworn in on Tuesday. Republicans held on to both the House and the Senate in the November elections, and Friday they'll hold a joint session to officially count the electoral votes from the presidential election. Donald Trump will be sworn in as our nation's 45th president on Friday, January 20th. Weather alert in Florida, heavy winds damaging dozens of homes, as many as 30 homes damaged when a storm swept through Pensacola yesterday. Residents say the strong winds ripped shingles from their roofs, and yeah, look at all this damage here. Tore the limbs off of trees and knocked all sorts of things down.
Lost the top of my chimney, a lot of the fascia, some shingles. Like I said, the window upstairs blew in. Other than that, I think we lost a total of 6 trees.
The good news is there were no serious injuries in all of this. Another colder, desert cold, cloudy day in the valley today. The new year got off to a wet start yesterday, right? I mean, we got rain at our house about half the day. So it looked like in central Phoenix, rain coming down, you know, fairly good pace for a while. Some big puddles, some slick roads. Kind of a good day to sit inside and watch some football. That's what we did. Made chilly. Once again, heavy rain proves to be too much for that I-17 underpass at Greenway. Flooded over the weekend, had to be shut down. Same thing happened less than 2 weeks ago. The road did eventually dry up and the street reopened just a few hours later. Driver in the Northwest Valley has to be rescued after getting his car stuck in a flooded wash. His car became stranded in Surprise near Grand Avenue and Happy Valley Road. The driver able to get out of the car, but needed help from firefighters to make it to dry land. He was taken to the hospital for hypothermia, but should be okay. And you know, they say it all the time, stay out of those flooded washes, because that's pretty easy. That could happen to you. Yeah, Corey, I tell you, rainy most of the day. Then the sun came out in the late afternoon. It was just fantastic yesterday. Yeah? You with me, buddy?
This new batch of snow. Did you like yesterday? It was kind of fun.
Well, no, I was saying that it rained almost, I'd say like 3/4 of the day, maybe a little bit more than half the day. And then all of a sudden the sun came out and everything smelled great and it was so clear.
I know. We do love it. We love the showers when we get them around here. That's the great thing about being a weather guy in Arizona. If you blow the forecast, if you say it's going to rain and then it turns out to be sunny, everyone figures, I knew it wasn't going to rain. That's kind of their attitude. But if you blow it the other way, you said it was going to be sunny and then it rains, everyone's turning a cartwheel because we love the rain so much.
Wow. So life's pretty good for you, is what you're saying.
I never lose. Nope. Never. I've been saying nope a lot today. I don't know why. But anyway, we've got some weather to talk about now, and we've got some snow showers out there. We started the night off with a couple of sprinkles left over here in the valley. Then we saw some lingering light snow here in the rim country. That, though, however, has dissipated. But we're seeing a new batch of snow popping up here in the high country, or the north country, I should say. If you're traveling west from Williams over towards Seligman today, look what you're going to run into.
And we're going to cut out of this weather update from this morning to take you back now to Pasadena, California, a live feed from the Rose Parade.
Rich, don't know what to declare. I love to be
the important floats coming up. Okay? If it comes, a references. So you Hi there. Yes, we are kind of near the start of the parade, but we're in the middle of it all right now, and we're seeing a lot of floats, a lot of marching bands go by. What do you guys all think? Love it. I know you came from Arizona. Brought out your family. You dragged out the older kids. Come on. What do you think so far?
We love it. We love it. It's great.
What's been your favorite?
The floats. The floats.
I think the marching bands are amazing. How do they do that? You know, like for 5.5 miles, it's pretty incredible. And we got some fans over there that want to say hi to Araxia and Bobby. Happy New Year, you guys. We can't cross the line here, but coming up is a really important float as well. It's by the AIDS Heritage Foundation. They are remembering the victims of the Pulse nightclub, and this is a very, very big deal this year. They have made a special float. It has received one of the awards from the parade, and that is coming up right here. You can see the white dove after this Salvation Army band goes by, so we certainly want to remember and pay tribute to that important message and that event that happened. So the owner of the nightclub is going to be riding on that float, as well as some of the survivors. You can see the white stars and the title, Remember Orlando. So that is the latest from here. I'll let you take a live look at this float coming our way, a very, very important and special float in this.
Right? I'm still not done. I'm going to try. All right, that's good. Oh, see, this is fitting because it's Greenland, Japan.
I'm gonna go this way. All right, we need your energy, okay, you guys? Fans are not disappointed with this year's Rose Parade. Thousands lined up, bundled up to make sure they got a front row seat to this annual parade. And clearly 40 floats went by and marching bands. It was a fun time for everyone all along this route. You camped out here. This is your first time. What did you think so far?
It's actually a really amazing parade. All the different places people come from, all the different schools that it's just really cool. And the floats, the colors of them, just how big they are. It's really amazing.
What's your favorite part?
I think my favorite part is probably hearing all the different bands and how they play. It's really cool. Yeah.
I love the marching bands too, but of course the floats are the big star. They come from all different sponsors using beautiful fresh flowers and seeds. Now these floats, if you missed the parade, will be available to be seen until tomorrow. There's going to be a viewing area for anyone who missed the parade, but clearly this is an annual tradition for everyone who endured the cold temperatures overnight to make sure they got a good spot here along the parade route. Let's send it back to you guys in the studio.
Well, he wasn't feeling that so much.
Not now because 5 is airing the parade live.
Ready?
I'm sorry.
3, 2, 1. The theme for this year's parade, Echoes of Success, the Grand Marshals, former Olympian gold medalists, and a notable float this year, an entry by the AIDS Healthcare Foundation honoring the victims of the Pulse nightclub massacre in Orlando. Yeah, I turned it on.
It's so cold.
For the full live shot. Okay.
They didn't take a tease?
I guess they didn't have time. So far?
I love it.
Yeah, what's your favorite part?
My favorite part, honestly, I like bands because I mean I play like 3 instruments.
Wow, all right. Okay.
So
where are you guys from?
Oh, we're from right here. I live in the Rose Bowl. Oh, right above there.
Happy New Year. Okay. You guys cold? It's like colder now, right? Yes, and not only any marching band. This is the LAUSD District Band. These are all stars. They are so good. One of the highlights of the Rose Parade. These kids practice so hard, compete, and they really get it together for today. They are one of the crowd favorites here.
Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Happy New Year!
We're not supposed to do that, but how cool are they? They are just remarkable students from all around LA schools, and they have to compete to get into this marching band. Look how big they are. They are strong. Several hundred members, and they compete all over the city. Well, it's really chilly out here. I know Rick Dickard says it's not raining, but it's cold, and people are all bundled up. They've been camping out throughout the night, but you're all bundled up. What's your favorite part about the parade so far?
I love the bands. They're my favorite because honestly, I played 3 instruments, and well, my favorite is the alto sax. Go Altos!
So you have plenty to see along this route. There are 19 marching bands in all for this parade, 40 floats. They're making their way down Colorado Boulevard. Here's another one coming up, a beautiful float, and we're seeing so many different generations taking part of the Rose Parade. This year's theme, as you guys have been talking about, Echoes of Success, and the Grand Marshals, 3 gold medal former Olympians, Janet Evans, Allison Felix, and Greg Louganis. We saw them pass by here. And also that one special float we also saw from the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, paying tribute to the victims of the Pulse nightclub massacre. So some big tributes out here along Colorado Boulevard, as well as a lot of fun festivities and people bundled up, but still enjoying this year's Rose Parade. Now, keep in mind, if you miss all these floats, you're not watching it on TV, you can take a look at these floats parked. They will be parked at Sierra Madre throughout the afternoon today and into tomorrow as well. Let's send it back to you guys in the studio. Cold.
Freezing. You can turn that off.
Haba niyan dyan ah. Dito yung mga ano. RBB! Haba niyan dyan ah. Wala pang kontrata yan ah. Wala pang contract signing yan.
everyone. We have temporarily lost that feed of the Rose Parade. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the White House. And it looks like they've taken us now to Trump Tower, so we're going to kick off Trump Tower Watch here on News Now. Mike Pace joining you in just a minute.
geçmesi gerekiyor.
Is he here? He's here. Oh, that's he's here. We didn't know. We took the random trip to New York City. We're like, oh, hey, Trump Towers. Oh, let's go in randomly.
Jersey?
Yeah, Jersey.
Jersey.
More central Jersey, like Morristown area, that kind of stuff. Exit.
I'm right off the George Washington Bridge. I'm Fort Lee.
People always make that, they're like, what actually are you?
Always, yeah, I know. I hear that joke everywhere I go. I'm like, yeah, great. Then as soon as you say what exit, you don't know Jersey. That's the key thing to show that you don't know Jersey. Because
Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year.
Yeah, I really like that sausage place. Yeah.
Folks, you gotta keep moving.
Only New York. Right, exactly.
Willing to share your stories with us. So as I mentioned earlier, we are honored to have our country's Attorney General here with us today. I love saying that, Attorney General Lynch, yes. Or as Loretta, as I like to call her, has been a driving force behind criminal justice reform, together with many members of her team. In fact, could I have everyone from the Justice Department stand up for a second so we can recognize you? She came with her peeps. And this is a big day for the Justice Department. They have new announcements that they made today, and so to keep all of you current, I thought I'd start by asking the Attorney General to give us a description of what came out today.
Thank you so much, Valerie. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here, for working on these issues, for caring about these issues, and for answering in advance the ask to keep working on these issues, because so much of what we've done over the last 8 years has been inspired by your work, by work done in the states, by work done by community groups to raise attention to issues. And so I'm just tremendously proud to work with all of you and to have been able to move this important issue a little bit further down the field. We do have some exciting things happening, and they're exciting to me because we've been working on re-entry issues for some time now. It's really been a focal point of our criminal justice reform work. So I'm excited because of the actual announcements, but I'm really excited because these are changes that we're making within how we handle re-entry within the Bureau of Prisons that will live on past this administration, that are going to become part of the DNA of the Bureau of Prisons, so that as we deal with federal inmates in this country, we have some major changes going on. So there's 3 main things we're doing within BOP, and then a 4th one that I think is hopefully going to help another important issue, which is women who are incarcerated. First and foremost, as we've talked about, education is the key to successfully coming back home for so many people. The ability to get a job depends very often on things as simple as the ability to read, and things as simple as the ability to actually get a license or a certificate, and as things as simple as getting a GED. So while we have always worked within the Bureau of Prisons to put forth educational opportunities and to have programs, we are taking a comprehensive entire system look at the Bureau of Prisons, and with the help of outside experts and a number of people at the Department of Justice who have worked very hard on this, essentially we will be setting up what will in essence be a school district within the Bureau of Prisons, so that every inmate entering federal custody will receive an educational assessment of their needs and of their issues, particularly of learning disabilities, and an educational program to help them achieve their goals. Now, if you want to do what a lot of people do and reduce it to cost, for every $1 we spend on education in the prison system, it can replace $4 to $5 we spend just on incarceration alone. That's been enough to get a lot of support for issues like this one and other things we're working on. The thing that we're really focusing on, not just the financial cost, the hard dollars and cents, but the human cost of incarceration, the collateral cost, the cost to individuals, the cost to families, the cost to communities, the cost to our culture of removing people from being able to participate in this country's economy for a number of years and sending them back home still not able to participate. So the educational opportunities that we're going to be providing, whether it's a GED that's needed, whether it's further education, whether it's the basics of learning how to read and manage things, which again sends people on this upward trajectory that will, and we've seen it work, that will not only empower them, but allows them to be better parents, better siblings, better family members, and have a real chance when they come home. So that's the first thing we're working on. The second thing, which may sound like a small thing, is we will be providing for everyone who's leaving federal prison the ability to obtain, if they don't have it, a birth certificate and government ID. We started talking about this actually back in the spring when we were doing Reentry Week. We were trying to highlight all the things we were doing. And I wrote a letter to all the governors in the country, as well as the mayor of DC, and asked them to please set up a program, if they didn't already have one, to take federal prison ID and convert it into state ID. Because one of the things that we've seen is one of the biggest stumbling blocks to just re-entering life can be identification. Who are you? Who are you? And who gets to say who you are? And everyone coming out of prison should be able to come back as a whole person, not just a number that's been assigned some years before. And it also impacts the ability, not just for transportation, but to even enter into a building to apply for a job, to get a job, to get a student loan. It's one of the things that people who haven't been through that experience, I think, take for granted the most. And if you don't have that, if you've been stripped of your identification, literally, as an inmate, and then don't have a chance to regain it when you come out, it can be a huge stumbling block. So we will be covering those costs. Some states already do accept our ID, and we commend those that do. Many others responded to our letter, and they're working on programs also. But this particular program will make sure that every federal inmate does come out with ID. The third thing that we're working on, as you know, there's a bridge from prison back home. Typically, they're called halfway houses. The official name is residential reentry centers. And a lot of people don't know these are run by private companies. We've done a study of the ones that are affiliated with the Bureau of Prisons to see how are they carrying out the mandate to be the bridge from the institution itself back into the community. And while some of them are working very hard and are in fact doing a good job, it has not been up to what we want. And so we've taken the time, we've engaged consultants, and we are now, as of today, setting forth new standards that all of the halfway houses have to meet. Not just standards for the buildings, but standards for the services that they provide, the reentry services, the quality of people who are going to be providing important services to people who are dependent on them for that time being. So those are three very important things that we're focusing on. The Deputy AG, Sally Yates, will be here later. She and her team have worked really hard on this, and she's going to be talking about that. The other thing that I want to announce is something that's been in the works for about 3 years. And you may ask, why am I excited to announce that FCI Danbury is reopening, that we're reopening a federal prison? I'm excited because it's one of the few women's correctional facilities that we have, and it had to close for renovations several years ago. And for federal prisoners, for women who were incarcerated in the Northeast, it meant that they could no longer stay in that area, and they had to be incarcerated outside of the Northeast area, either in West Virginia or points west. And as we know, when you incarcerate a woman, you actually really incarcerate a family. And as we've heard talk about, and thank you, Kimba, for sharing that story, you know, you have to think about what does it mean to be a mother when you can't see your child or when you can't hold your child. So we are reopening FCI Danbury, and at the same time making sure that Danbury is equipped with some of the things that we are rolling out throughout the entire Bureau of Prisons, which is intensive mental health treatment for inmates who require that. Because again, it is true, our prisons, not at the federal level, not just federally, but the state and local level, are the largest housing facilities of people with mental illness in this country. And I will tell you, when I travel the country and talk to law enforcement, sheriffs in particular will say this to me, and they'll say, we know that's who we're housing and we could use help with that. So at the federal level, particularly for women who have not had access to that treatment, Danbury will offer that. It will also offer a residential drug treatment program known as RDAP to deal with one of the main reasons why so many women fall into the system in the first place, which is through addiction issues. So we're tremendously excited to be able to roll these out. This will continue long after I'm out of this chair and someone else is there, as will the commitment to people like you who've been in the field, who've inspired us who've inspired us and given us examples of what works and what's been effective in not only reducing the numbers of people who are incarcerated in the first place, but also making sure that there really is a bridge back home. So thank you for letting me make these announcements today, Valerie.
Good news. So Loretta, one of the areas that we, together with many folks in this room, have been working on for a long time is criminal justice reform legislation at the federal level. And notwithstanding the bipartisan support, both within Congress in both houses and outside with their stakeholders, we've been unable to get a bill on the president's desk. But you, and through the Justice Department, have taken several steps on sentencing. So I was hoping you could talk about what you've been able to do through your executive authority to reform the way that we are sentencing people right now.
Thank you. We're actually tremendously proud of the work that's been done. Under my predecessor, AG Eric Holder, back in 2013, we unrolled the Smart on Crime reform. And it was a different way of looking at how we charge and sentence federal prisoners, particularly the low-level nonviolent drug offenders. AG Holder, like myself, had been a prosecutor a long time, had been involved in working in this field in the 1990s, when we began to see the prison population swell because of the war on drugs. And when we also saw that prison population swell because of the high mandatory minimums being applied across the board, unilaterally, without really a real regard for why they were even crafted in the first place, which was to go after the kingpins, the large-scale dealers, the huge traffickers. It turned out that they're not the easiest people to catch. It's easier to catch the low-level people who are moving things from point A to point B for someone else, or who are hiding money or holding things for someone else. And if in fact you do that, and that's the only person you have in your net, that person takes the whole weight. And so there are people still incarcerated who are doing someone else's time in that sense. And that was the phrase that people used, which was, you weren't the kingpin, but you were on the hook for the entire weight of it. And so we began to look at whether that was really working. And we saw, again, because not just the financial cost, but the human cost of that, and comparing it to how we sentenced for other crimes also, that it was not the most effective use of our resources. It also was a huge financial drain on our system, a system that needed more resources for community policing, for example, for mental health treatment, for example, and services that we need to provide to people across the whole spectrum of the criminal justice system. And so AG Holder empowered prosecutors to look at the entire case and look at the whole person, and to, in fact, charge and ask for sentences that focused more on that person's own culpability and to eschew the harsh mandatory minimums unless we were really dealing with the trafficker, the kingpin, the person who deserved it. And as many of you know, it got a lot of attention and it was somewhat controversial at the time, and people, longtime law enforcement partners of ours, committed to public safety, committed to making sure the system worked, had concerns. Are you still going to be able to keep people safe? Are you still going to be able to hold people accountable? Will people still cooperate? And what we've seen is that we have in fact reduced the use of mandatory minimums significantly. People still cooperate with us and achieve those benefits and hopefully get reductions there. We've been able to maintain levels of safety in terms of dealing with narcotics cases, and we're focusing now on those serious offenders. And while the number of cases may have gone down somewhat, the sentences have gone up because they're being focused on fewer people who are more deserving of them. And it's tied in with everything we've been doing with the Clemency Project that you mentioned also. In conjunction with the changes in sentencing that the Sentencing Commission made as to how we sentence narcotics cases, we began to look at those cases to say, if they came before us today, how would they be treated? If they fall into certain categories of the low-level nonviolent offender, and they've already done certainly around 10 years, which many people have by now, would they be in the same situation today? And the answer for so many people is a resounding no. And that's led to the review and led to the suggestions and recommendations to the president that we're so tremendously grateful he's been able to review and also grant.
Great, great. So we've been talking about what you've been doing for sentencing reform, the courtroom, and we've also talked about the cell block and after. But obviously, the work that came out of the 21st Century Task Force on Policing, the implementation of that, your office is really principally responsible for that. So perhaps you could quickly take a couple of minutes and describe to us the progress we've made since that report was issued.
You know, that report was one where I thought one of the best parts about the task force was that it wasn't just focused on law enforcement participation. It was very important that obviously we have law enforcement, but a number of people in this room worked on the task force. We had community leaders, we had educators, we had people who had seen the system from every possible angle and were able to sit down and all lend their voices to what does 21st century policing really look like, particularly at a time where I think we all have to agree that the relationship, particularly the lack of trust between law enforcement and the communities that we serve, has led to some major problems within our communities, within our criminal justice system, and just in people's relationship with government writ large. Not just police, but government writ large. And so dealing with that and looking at some of the root causes of it, I think was one of the main benefits of the task force. And so I was tremendously proud to be able to actually travel the country and focus on police departments that were doing well with particular pillars or particular foundations of that report. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to talk about two of them really briefly because there were so many that talked about building trust, also training, using social media, all because the overarching view is transparency and accountability. But in the area of training, I was able to visit some police departments that are doing some really groundbreaking work in de-escalation training, in looking at how do we police today. When you interact with a civilian, you know, how do you look at that civilian? What are the circumstances that make you react one way or another? And how do you keep from going down the traditional path of confrontation that we have seen have tragic results? I mean, we're talking loss of life. How do we get away from that model into one where we reduce the tensions and everyone gets to walk away and go home safely? And so I've seen police departments throw themselves into this. And I've seen police departments do work, and I've been actually tremendously pleased to see law enforcement speaking out about this issue at times, talking about some of the cases that we have seen where they also feel things could have been handled very, very differently. So that's a tremendous benefit of that, to get that discussion out there. And also talking about the use of social media, which sounds more like, you know, how do you tweet and all this, but when you talk about transparency and accountability, using the tools that we have to tell the stories that we have has been vital to opening up this conversation. The viral videos of police misconduct and people losing their lives have led to a discussion that has been so vital. Using those same tools to open up for the community so the community can see how law enforcement operates. How are they trained? You know, what is a day at the academy like? What is a day on patrol like? Why are they responding to a particular area here? And the community can then be involved in that. They can come down and watch training or join or participate in it. They can help shape it. I've seen that happen as well. So that kind of transparency leads to greater community involvement in how we police, because this is interactive. This is not just one department saying, this is how I'm going to handle this community. The community has to be involved in determining what kind of police department you have. You have to tell them what the issues are, and you also have to tell them how you want to be treated and insist on that. And all the tools the 21st Century Task Force has given us have enabled that to happen, and I've seen communities make some wonderful strides along those areas.
Great, thank you. So now I think we're going to open it up for some questions, and if you would just raise your hand, our teams will come over and get the microphone as close to you as possible. They're not going to let go of the microphone because we know what happens when we do that in the interest of time.
Sure. Hi, my name is Sujata Balaga, and I work with the Restorative Justice Project at Impact Justice. And in my restorative justice work, we're really moving towards more pre-booking and pre-charge diversion and trying to help local police departments and prosecutors work in that context. It feels particularly important given the potential change in culture, climate, practices to be thinking on the local level. That's definitely the buzz I've been hearing amongst my colleagues today. And so from that side, what we're seeing at the local level is some really impressive data, both in terms of recidivism reduction and victim satisfaction with this pre-booking and pre-charge models. And so I'm wondering, as we're moving forward, what it is that can be done at the federal level in terms of incentivizing, both culturally and otherwise, prosecutors, law enforcement, et cetera, to work in the pre-booking, pre-charge diversion context in restorative justice and in other things that are seen to be effective in areas like victim satisfaction, community involvement, recidivism reduction, et cetera.
One of the things that we've seen that's been very effective at the federal level are sort of diversion courts, like you mentioned. Either drug courts have been very effective. They've often been sort of ad hoc, and different federal judges will have different programs for that. We have been trying to use some of the budget savings from, again, reducing the cost of incarceration to also fund programs and grants that help communities have standardized methods of having things like drug courts and diversion programs, because they're very, very, as I'm sure you know, they're very labor intensive. And so if we can share best practices, if we can share the practices that work with more and more prosecutors and judges, we can in fact leverage that and expand that model. So that is one thing that we are working on. And that also comes from a lot of local involvement. So drug courts are one of the most visible ones. The other ones that we're working on expanding are veterans courts. What we are seeing a lot of when you look at how trauma affects individuals, we're looking at a lot of individuals coming to the criminal justice system who are veterans, who are suffering from PTSD and other related traumas, and whose behavior reads criminal, but it is based in trauma and illness. And so we've gotten a lot of support for that as well. This is something that I will tell you, every federal prosecutor's office has been involved in diversion programs over the years. We are trying to make sure that it is across the board and that we have standardized ways of looking at that as well. And so you will see that continue, I think, because that it's been proven to be very, very effective in helping people recover from either an addiction or a traumatic situation. It can lead to sentencing reductions, again, reducing the cost of incarceration, both physical and personal, and getting better outcomes for us all. I would say that what's so important, though, is to find those programs that are successful now and, number one, support them and bring attention to them. Because I think the work that we're going to be doing in years to come is going to be focused on these local programs that have done well, but also the federal ones, but these individualized programs that have done well and convincing more judges to adopt them also.
Thank you. Another question? She did that very politely.
I really tried.
She said she wasn't going to give you the
You can't let go.
Juan Cartagena, Latino Justice, Pearl Diff in New York City. Attorney General Lynch, we applauded seriously the move by the Attorney General and Bureau of Prisons to cut off the contract with private entities that run prisons in the country. Could you please tell us the status of that now? What can we do to help make sure that's a reality? And also, what can we do to get DHS to actually take it on seriously?
So, well, thank you for that question. We were looking at the private prison issue for quite some time. Certainly, we had been concerned about conditions in the prisons that were being run for profit and by private companies, and we were able to have some reviews done that provided us with hard information that they were not living up to the standards of safety and efficacy that we had in our other Bureau of Prisons facilities and that we should demand in every facility. And this is the safety of inmates and officers alike. We tend to forget, but everyone's living in that prison all together. So for us, we were able to set up a policy that called for a review of them all. And because contracts come due at different times, as you know, in the whole procurement process, we will phase them out, beginning with those that are ending sooner rather than later. I know that there is concern as to whether or not that policy will be reversed, but that policy was also motivated and made possible by the fact that we have been able to reduce the federal prison population. Now, we're still overcrowded. You know, we still have too many people for the facilities that we have, but that number of overcrowded, the amount of overcrowding has really come down and is projected to continue to drop, even as we continue to live up to our important public safety obligations. So we feel that the financial issues will be a huge incentive to continuing to phase out the private prisons, particularly those that did not have adequate safety records, where they had safety records that were well below our standards. It's very hard to justify spending money on an institution that was not living up to those standards, particularly when you no longer need those beds. Now, I know we've all seen reports that DHS may move to using some of those facilities for their uses also, either as detention centers prior to adjudication or prior to actual deportation. And so I think that's really going to depend a lot on where immigration policy goes. And that, you know, unfortunately, I'm not able to predict, but I know that people are looking at a lot of different factors there. And what I would say, though, is that even if DHS were to enter into a contract with that, the issue is, again, how do you enforce the safety standards and the quality of life standards that are so important for correctional facilities? And that's where the focus will have to be. Making sure that if those facilities are being utilized, that there is some kind of review process there to make sure that they meet those standards. Because when we talk about it in obviously these clinical terms about standards and safety, it's human life. It really is human life that we are responsible for while people are in our custody and in our care.
It's time for one last question, Valerie.
Yep. Hi, Rashad Robinson with Color of Change. Good to
Rashad.
see you again. So I appreciate the opening for sort of points, and in particularly on the first three, I'd be interested if you could say more to the room about sort of the confidence in knowing that they will move forward beyond the life of this administration, both in terms of funding and enforcement. And I say that because we're in a room full of advocates and funders who have moved us to this place because of vigilance, organizing, and activism, and the road ahead is gonna need all of that. And so if you could say more about not just those three sort of announcements, but sort of the vigilance, the organizing, the activism, the work that's gonna be required of this room and for the folks that we're connected with in order to keep in place the things that have been achieved.
Well, with respect to, I thank you for that, Rashad, and I think you've really touched upon the key issue for this convening and conversations like it. You know, we're, as I said, we're very proud of these initiatives because they will live on after us, because the structure has already been set in place. And in many instances, we've begun that work. And so the Bureau of Prisons is on that path. And so we're confident that the Bureau of Prisons leadership will continue these initiatives because they're effective initiatives. You know, educational programs also improve safety in correctional institutions for the inmates and for the correctional officers. That's in everyone's interest. They do reduce recidivism. That's in everyone's interest. The ID issue is one also that has been proven to be such an effective issue for people. So we don't see any strong policy desire to change them, but we do think people have to be vigilant and make sure that, in fact, they do continue. But the Bureau of Prisons leadership has worked very hard on this also, and so they've set these programs up. But there's so many other things as well that we talk about by way of policy, and someone could have a different view on things that are important or not. You know, I tend to think that we're on, frankly, the right course in so many of these important areas. But as I said before, a lot of the impetus for the changes that we've made, the ones that I've mentioned and so many others, have come from outside of this city. Look, Washington is a great city. It's a beautiful place. A lot gets done here. But it is not the incubator of every great idea. It just isn't. I mean, so we have been so tremendously fortunate to have an administration, to have staff, and to have a president who has picked up these issues and made them his own. But we didn't always have that, you know? And so, and everyone in this room works for people and works with people who know what it's like not to have that kind of presence and support in this, you know, the greatest house in this country. But they also know how to make their voices heard when that's not the case, because that's what they used to do. That's how we got things done before. And now I think people have seen how we implement policy, how we make change. And I urge all of you to hold on to those lessons. Hold on to those lessons and use them. Hold on to the accountability that you've seen. You know, federal agencies have to give reports on certain types of activities. You know, people now know how to look at those things and see what's being done. You know how to raise things to the attention of people who make decisions here. And don't discount that your voice you know, won't be heard either on some of the important issues of the day. As Valerie noted, the issue of sentencing reform and the issue of people noticing not just the fundamental unfairness in so many aspects of our criminal justice system, but the toll it's taking, both financial and human, was one that captured bipartisan support. People that were unlikely allies came to the table and said, we have to do something about this. And I guess I'm still optimistic enough to think that they did that because they saw the issue, not just because of who was here in the White House. And so go to those same people again. You know, keep that debate going. Keep those issues on the table because people have noticed this. And once people see something and notice it, it does not have to go away.
I think Loretta makes a very good point. And I feel your level of anxiety, and I know that that anxiety is kind of the elephant in the room here today. But I think that momentum, I mean, we've been fortunate to have a president who started as a community organizer, so he appreciates the fact that it's important to bring everyone in and work on these issues together. And I often joke that when people are protesting out in front of the White House, that I want to say, just push the door. It's actually open. You can come on in and talk to us. And we know that's not always going to be the case, but I think that our government will only be as strong as we make it. And that applies not just at the federal level, but at the state and local. And keep in mind, the vast majority of people who are incarcerated today are at the state and local level. And it is on the ground where so much important work is happening right now, state by state. And that work enjoys, as Loretta said, bipartisan support, not just among elected officials, but among the business community, the faith community, people who are fiscally prudent, people who understand the importance of our society being one that is humane. And so you all have huge power and agency to use your expertise, your voices, your passion to continue this work forward. And you do right by the work that we have all collectively done together to continue with that same level of dedication. And as Loretta again said, it should not depend on one person who occupies this office. It should depend on all of you. Thank you very much. Please thank Loretta Lynch for being with us today.
Mic up and running. Everybody can hear me in the back? Great. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. It's my privilege to welcome all of you to this event celebrating America's federal workforce. My name is Andrew Mayock, and I'm Senior Advisor at the Office of Management and Budget, where I help steward the President's management agenda. The President's management agenda is focused on modernizing the federal government to make sure that we're delivering better, faster, and smarter services to citizens and American businesses. And we're here to celebrate the most important part of the President's management agenda, the people who make up the federal workforce. We're here to honor those who have dedicated their lives in service to this country. And we're here also to hear about how these public servants have done a number of extraordinary things, saving taxpayer money, reuniting families, improving how we buy goods and services, improving how we hire people, and delivering better customer service overall. Before we hear these stories, it is my great pleasure to introduce to you the Director of the Office of Management and Budget, Sean Donovan, who has dedicated his career to public service. Welcome, Sean.
Thank you, Andrew. It is great to see all of you here today. It is a full house. I hear we have some White House Leadership Development Program fellows in the house. Where are you? All right. Give it up for them. We have winners of the 2016 President's Customer Service Awards in the house. Where are you guys? Come on. We've got OMB, OPM, OSTP, PPO staff who have made all of this work possible. Give it up for them. And all the other partners who have worked with us to make today possible, but to make great, great contributions to public service possible. I'm pleased that every one of you could be here today. I'm also glad that we have lots of people who are watching us today by webcast. So if you're out there watching, thank you for joining us. Thank you for your public service. Now, I often say, as the budget director, I spend time worrying about the fiscal deficit. But I also spend time worrying about the trust deficit that we have in this country. And the truth is that we all believe in the federal government and the mission that we have here. But the work that we're all doing to make government better and stronger and faster and more efficient is also building the faith of the American people in their own government and in this institution, the institutions of the federal government that we all work for. And if we all go back, for all of us, there's a reason somewhere back in our past that we decided to be committed to public service. I know my own story. I grew up in New York City in the 1960s and 1970s when, frankly, we thought our cities were falling apart. I remember as a kid walking to school past families sleeping on the street, thinking to myself, how is it that in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country on earth, we can have kids and their parents sleeping on our streets? And so I committed myself to working on housing and homelessness. But I never imagined that one day I would get to be President Obama's HUD secretary and to work on issues of homelessness all around this country. I also would never have believed that I'd be able to stand here today and say that under the president's leadership, under the work of people like Ann Oliva and many, many others across this federal government, we've been able to cut the number of veterans sleeping on our streets or in shelters by half since 2010. That we've been able, since the president came into office in the middle of the worst economic crisis of our lifetimes, reduce the number of kids and families sleeping on our streets by 2/3 since he came into office. That makes me enormously proud to be a public servant. And every one of you here has your own story of what brought you to public service. What made you think, if I want to change the world, I should go be a public servant, because that's where I can make the most difference for the most people. And just thinking about what some of the folks in this room have done to serve the American people. Just one thing this year that we should be enormously proud of. We now have 21 million hours that we've saved for American citizens by setting up the Trusted Travelers program. That's making Americans safer when they travel. We know how important that is, but also saving them precious time. As the father of 2 boys, that extra hour I may have to be home with my kids, the flight I didn't miss to be able to get home to a game or whatever it might be, those are precious hours for every American family. And you've done that. You've saved 21 million hours for our travelers. You're making it easier for small businesses to get started by helping them access loans. 35,000 small businesses have been able to access loans through the new lending platform that you all in this room have set up. Think about what that means for those 35,000 folks that started a business, what it means for their future and their kids' future and the communities where those businesses have been set up. Think about the 60 million families who've been able to get access to their own energy data to be able to both make their wallet a little heavier in this holiday season. Maybe that means, because of the savings they've gotten, that they can buy an extra gift for under the tree, or put money towards saving for their kids' college, or whatever it might be. And at the same time, know that they're contributing to making the planet a little greener, a little healthier. Folks in this room have done that. So I'm incredibly proud of the work you've done, your commitment to public service. And I also know that the president himself is proud of that work and has your back. He has made it an absolute priority that while you're taking care of the American citizen, we're all taking care of you. What does that mean? That means we set up a White House Leadership Development Program for aspiring SES to help make sure you're getting the training and development that you need. And the second cohort of that fellowship is here today. 1 year ago today, we released an executive order to strengthen the SES, and over the last year, agencies have been speeding up hiring, improving the application process, strengthening onboarding, initiating talent and succession management practices, all of those things to make sure we have the best possible talent that is in the SES and that we grow in the SES. And finally, just last week, the president submitted to Congress an alternative pay plan that implements a 2.1% pay increase for federal employees. Nothing says thank you better than recognizing the work that you do. We know this has not been an easy time with sequestration and shutdowns. And the president, in one of the last days of his administration, wanted to make sure that he sent a message to each and every federal employee, to everyone in this room today, that you've had his back and he's got your back. So thank you. Thank you for your public service. Thank you for the remarkable work that you do each and every day on behalf of this country. Speaking of someone who does remarkable work on behalf of this country, and someone who cares deeply about public service and public servants, I have had the pleasure to work closely with the gentleman I'm about to introduce, our remarkable Chief of Staff. Give it up for Dennis McDonough.
Thanks, Sean, very much. Thank you, Andrew, our newly confirmed Deputy Director of OMB. That's a big piece of business. Welcome to the White House, and thanks for the opportunity to say good morning. I just want to say one thing before introducing some remarks from the President, and that's to say how proud I am to have been associated with each of you and the mission that you carry out every day. I see it as a dad every day in the things that my kids rely on, that all of you work on. And you know what that is. It's everything that Sean just talked about. It's also food safety, medical safety, transportation to school. And that work is remarkable. But I also see it elsewhere, in the sit room where we can talk about it, in the Chief of Staff's office where routinely we're seeing performance scores way off the charts. And that's because of each of you, and that's because of the huge sacrifice that you make. And I just want you to know what a great blessing it is to be associated with you and your fine work, and how proud I am of the terrific work that you do to carry out the mission of working in an office every day where we get to fly the flag. And you do the flag great honor. You do the President very proud in the way you carry out your work each and every day. So a particular thanks to our Presidential Rank Award winners, the President Consumer Service Award winners, and as Sean said, to the second class of White House Leadership Development Fellows, and to everybody here joining this morning. And just know, please, at least on behalf of this Chief of Staff, what a great honor it is to be associated with you and your fine work. So with that, I have the nice honor to introduce a message to each of you from the President. So thank you very much, happy holidays, and congratulations.
Hi, everybody. Before I leave office in a few weeks, I just wanted to thank you one more time for stepping forward to serve this country we love. I want you to know how much I admire the work that you do, day in and day out, and how deeply I appreciate your passion for public service, your professionalism, and the career path each of you has chosen. The American people have high expectations of their government. Trust me, I know. Your jobs aren't easy. Believe me, I know that too. I see you perform them with skill. But as I know you've experienced, the reward is in the opportunity to help your fellow citizen. So many of the vital services that the American people depend on cross your desk every day. Your work is essential to our national security and to families' economic security. You are the folks who help strangers after a storm or in the face of tragedy. You guard our borders and protect our civil rights. You keep our food and our workplaces safe and protect the air we breathe and the water we drink. You help businesses expand and enter new markets. You push the boundaries of science and space and guide hundreds of thousands of people each day through the glory of America's natural wonders. You promote diplomacy and development and defend our homeland from threats, foreign and domestic. And over these past 8 years, you have hauled our government to a place where it is smarter and faster and more responsive to the needs of the American people in the 21st century. So whatever or whoever inspired you to join public service, whether you're a young person who just signed up because you want to make a difference, or a career employee who has dedicated your life to that pursuit, I want you to know that it has been my privilege to call you my colleagues. This precious experiment in self-government only works when we have selfless citizens like you. And it's when our politics feels most divisive that we're the most in need of people like you. It's times like now when we need people who show the rest of the country what it means when we say we are all Americans first. By choosing public service, you carry on a proud tradition at the heart of some of this country's greatest and most lasting achievements. So keep doing it. Your good work has never been more important. Public service has always been a noble calling, and it will always be a noble calling. I'll always be grateful for what we've accomplished together, and as a citizen who will continue to rely on the enormous differences you make, I'm excited to see what all of you do next. On behalf of Michelle and myself, thank you again for working so hard every single day in service of this country that we love so much.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you, Dennis. Thanks to the President of the United States for joining us today. And now we have that opportunity to hear directly from people who have taken up that noble call, people who are showing every day that we are all Americans first. So I'm pleased to welcome to the stage the following folks: Anne Marie Oliva, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Special Needs from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, with 15 years of federal service. Welcome. Tracy Walker is also here. Tracy is the Director of Digital Services Procurement at the U.S. Digital Service, also with 15 years of federal service. Welcome, Tracy. And lastly, Kyle Hare, Director of Lean Management at the Food and Drug Administration. Welcome, Kyle. With that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Anne.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Again, my name is Anne Oliva. I am the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Special Needs at the Department of Housing and Urban Development, which means that I have oversight of the department's portfolio on homelessness under my purview. And I'm particularly proud to be here today to talk with you all because I think not only is this a perfect topic to point to when we're celebrating our federal workforce, but it's a testament to the power of public policy and the impact it can have on people's lives. So I'm here today to tell you the story of our work on ending homelessness among veterans in the United States. And I think the most important place for us to start is with the fact that this initiative included both top-down and bottom-up components. On the operational side, it was driven by a team of career staff in headquarters as well as in the field. And that staff was dedicated to developing and implementing policy and programs that are geared towards ending homelessness among veterans. We were able to make the kind of progress that Sean sort of stole my thunder on, but I won't take it personally. We were able to make that kind of progress in part due to the focus of our leaders and the ability to count on our leadership when we, the staff, got stuck. And at the end of the day, we all knew exactly what our goal was and each of our roles in achieving that goal. So let's take a quick moment to look at the problem that we were actually trying to solve. In 2010, over 76,000 veterans were experiencing homelessness on a single night across the United States. We enumerate that through something called our point-in-time count, and many more veterans experienced homelessness over the course of a year. As you can see by the chart, we actually didn't have enough housing to help all of those veterans, and frankly, we actually didn't have a comprehensive or collaborative mechanism to help those veterans. So when the administration adopted the goal of ending veteran homelessness by 2015, the teams at VA, HUD, and the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness tried to figure out how we could possibly meet that audacious goal. And we decided that the only way that we could do it was through clear, consistent coordination and collaboration between agencies. And that meant overcoming differences in agency cultures, deciding on what data to use, what metrics were important to us, and most importantly, that meant that each agency would be giving up just a little bit of its own autonomy to benefit veterans who are experiencing homelessness across this country, because we knew that none of us could get there alone. Our agency leaders were willing to back us up, to not just back us up, but to walk the walk literally. It showed commitment on part of the agencies, from the top of our agencies and from the staff. And we, the staff, didn't sugarcoat the problem or tell our leadership only the good news. We aired it all in front of our leaders, and our leaders appreciated both our honesty and our hard work. So I'm sure you're asking yourself, what does this sort of mean operationally? And what it means is that the staff got together and created the notion of a virtual single agency. We called ourselves Solving Veteran Homelessness as One. And in the simplest of terms, it means that on the issue of veteran homelessness, HUD, VA, and the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness work as a single unit in making program and policy decisions. We created a charter and a formal structure that includes a core group of decision makers, including myself, who are supported by a talented team of subject matter experts that work on day-to-day operations. Our teams in the field, which number in the thousands, execute the vision by working with veterans every day to get them into housing. And then we meet monthly with an agenda that's set by the support team so that we can tackle critical barriers, review a monthly dashboard of key metrics, and problem solve together. Every other quarter, we meet with our leaderships so they can hold us accountable for the work that we're doing. And obviously, this has evolved and been refined over time. We don't always agree, we don't always get along, but we have a structure that we're all bought into to work through all of these problems and issues constructively and quickly. And in looking back, I think that our success can be attributed to some key factors. And the first is that we're clear, the staff is clear on the mission, and all of our activity is oriented towards that mission. We agree on common benchmarks and common data sets. We understand the need in the field and our capacity to meet that need. We've created mechanisms for communication and decision making. We hold each other accountable and talk to each other every day. And the most important piece of this is that we are always looking for ways to improve and to execute on those ways to improve. Because this is the reason, right here, what we're doing is so important. We see it at the staff level, and our leadership makes sure that they see it as well. So in January 2016, on a single night in January, I'm happy to report that we saw a decrease in homelessness among veterans of nearly half since 2010. That included a decrease of over 56% in the number of veterans who are sleeping on our streets. And to date, more than 35 cities in 3 states have declared an effective end to veteran homelessness. So, so really, these are the reasons that we're all here today, because without the dedication, compassion, and ingenuity of our federal workforce, we wouldn't have made this progress, and we wouldn't have the confidence, I wouldn't have the confidence to stand here in front of all of you today and say that we will see an end to veteran homelessness soon. So thank you for your time.
Good morning. So we all know that the government struggles with delivering digital solutions to our citizens. With the launch of healthcare.gov, initially we had a problem with not only the technology, but in also the way that it was contracted for. We focused on service contracts with compliance instead of working software solutions. So the U.S. Digital Service was created in 2014 to help the government with not only the way that we build, but also the way we buy digital services. Now, the federal acquisition regulations and the community around this struggles with the fact that contracting is hard. We have to leverage taxpayers' dollars and make sure we're a good steward with them. We have to uphold competition. We have to make sure we're looking at socioeconomic categories and making sure that we also help agencies with their missions and being able to deliver on that. We also rely on traditionally software development methods called waterfall, which really is characterized by upfront requirements which go through a process of delivery. The problem with defining all of your requirements up front is that technology changes quickly. And so in order to change the contracts, it usually involves extending the schedules, extending the cost of this, and so all of a sudden we're delivering in years instead of months. But the good news is the government is changing, and we're adopting industry models and methods such as agile software development, lean UX, human-centered design, and this will make it easier for us to get into the hands of our end users solutions that make sense for them. And if they work, great, we can keep going and scaling that, and if they don't, then we can pivot quickly without a lot of sunk costs. But in order to change not only the technology solutions, we also have to relook at the way that we do the contracts for this. If we try to put an agile software development system into a structured and compliance-based contract, it's going to fail. And so the TechFAR handbook was released alongside with the Digital Service Playbook in order to demonstrate the flexibilities that already exist within the federal acquisition regulation space that is saying go ahead and innovate and go ahead and adopt commercial practices and industry practices while still maintaining the rules and regulations. These are some of the strategies that we're applying within the TechFAR handbook as well as at the U.S. Digital Service in order to make these acquisitions better. We really want to focus on modular contracting and paying for working products. We want to make sure that we're not driving industry participants who want to come and work for the government away with the fact that we have long acquisition lead times and costly solicitation processes. And we also know that you can design the perfect contract, but it won't be successful unless you have people that know how to both negotiate it and know how to implement it back in the agencies. So I started my federal career in Kansas City, Missouri, and so I'm a show me kind of girl. And so in our acquisition community, it's very important for us to not only hear what people are telling us to do, but to actually know how to do it. So show me how this can actually be done. So the Digital Service Procurement Team is composed of contracting officers, contracting officer representatives, and industry specialists who've actually been developing and designing digital service acquisitions in the space over the last 5 years. And we've been successful most of the time. We've made some mistakes, and we have a body of knowledge that we want to share with the rest of the federal government in order to help you all adopt these strategies faster. With the launch of the Acquisition Gateway, GSA's knowledge portal for the acquisition community, which addresses all of federal procurement, we carved ourselves out a niche, and we're calling this the TechFAR Hub. This is available both on the public and the private side of the Acquisition Gateway. And what the TechFAR Hub is really a way for us to communicate with our end users, which is the acquisition community, how we can do these types of procurements and also to share the success stories in this area. It's broken down into 3 main places, which the first one is Discover It. So this includes training opportunities, Ann Rung's podcast series on digital service acquisitions, as well as field guides and also information related to events that are going to be upcoming. The Discuss It is a community space for us to have the practitioners not only interact with the community internal, but also with our the federal workforce and the people that are selling those services to us. And then Do It, this is the really exciting part. This is where we're actually building tools, such as the solicitation builder, which translate the digital service playbook into a statement of objective, or an IGCE calculator, so you understand how to buy agile teams instead of just individual labor categories. This also includes the samples and the templates that I know every single contracting officer I've ever engaged with, their first question is, can I get a sample? Yes, you can, and here they are. So the case studies that we're trying to put up there relate similarly to one of the case studies we did with SBA.gov when we did a USDS discovery sprint. Right after we finished that and gave them recommendations, they wanted to implement that in a contract. And so we were able to work with them to compete an acquisition on basically in 3.5 months. And after the kickoff in July, they had a environment ready with it was based on cloud, open source software, which is something new to the agency, and they delivered something in 9 months after deciding that they actually needed to conduct and put this out. And so that was the Am I Eligible tool, which tells women-owned small businesses whether or not they're able to get a certification within the government. They've since been iterating, and now they're being successful. So we need your success stories. We need you to help contribute to this and help us with this federal adoption of digital service acquisitions. Thank you very much.
Good morning. What an honor it is to be here. I feel compelled to share with you that I'm a second-generation career civil servant, so any opportunity that I have to honor federal excellence in public service is just indeed an honor for me. So congratulations to all the awardees, and thank you for having me. Again, my name is Kyle Hare, and I'm the director of an in-house process improvement and consulting team called Cedar Lean at the Food and Drug Administration's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. Our mission at the FDA and Cedar is simple: using the best possible science available towards our regulatory activities. And our mission is far-reaching. Over 25 cents of every dollar spent in the US is spent on an FDA-regulated product. And sometimes, when a patient takes a medicine, those drugs can cause an adverse reaction. And when that happens, we get a phone call. The FDA gets notified. And when the FDA gets enough data, we need to deliberate what to do, just what to do. So as we know, every drug has both its risks and its benefits. So this deliberation can take some time. Meanwhile, many people continue taking drugs or continue taking that product and can have adverse events happen to them. So sometimes the FDA is referred to as a black box, and that's because we don't have transparency into how our process works or when we go through a process or the timing with the deliberations for these adverse events. So our mission in this project was very clear. The sooner that we could let the public know our thinking, then the fewer people that would be harmed. That was our goal. So the Drug Safety Communication, or DSC, is our formal communication mechanism within the FDA to let patients and healthcare providers know of the potential adverse events that can happen with these drugs. And these DSCs are actually published on our website, so we know that those reach over millions of users. So the sooner that we can get those drug safety communications onto our website and cleared, then we can translate that into fewer adverse events for patients. So, in this project, what do you get when you have over 25 organizations and 5 levels of bureaucratic review? you have an over 9-month-long process that it takes for a drug safety communication to be issued to the public. That was just simply too long. So, in this project, we use the lean process improvement design approach of continuous improvement, and it has 4 phases: plan, do, check, and act. So, in the first step, many of our projects and our project team members would say something like this: well, in our organization, we do this process this way. And normally somebody, on the other side of the room would say, huh, that's interesting. In our organization, we thought you did it this way, and we do it that way in our organization as well. So that simple dialogue with people focusing on the process and not on each other was really the first step in gaining towards efficiencies. And once that entire process was well documented, the real work of finding and eliminating those inefficiencies could begin. So the team had 4 targeted solutions within this project. The first being the message variability and quality of drug safety communications. Second, being the number of review cycles, or the cycles with which those communications were cleared. Third, the total process time, or lead time, end-to-end time that it took to clear those. And lastly, duplication of effort or any inefficiencies. So there was a 9-month-long pilot, and the team realized several things. First being that one of the suggested solutions was simply not being used by the subject matter experts, or the people who actually do the work. The second thing was that we found that there were simple inefficiencies and redundancies and duplications of effort that could be eliminated right away. So those were quick wins for the team. So what do you get when you have an over 9-month-long process and you have a process improvement team where you have subject matter experts and senior leadership involved? You get a 2-month reduction, and a reduction in the total lead time that it takes to have a drug safety communication issued to the public. That's an over 75% improvement and a direct benefit to the patients in the United States. But the indirect benefit was even more reaching: increased collaboration, increased communication and awareness, and a cohort of process improvement experts that could come and lead this process going forward. So what did we learn? Several things. The first, communication at all levels, having that crosstalk and that dialogue between senior leadership and subject matter experts. Strong change advocates across organizations as well, an empowered staff, people feeling that their voice would be heard, and real-time collection of metrics so we could tell whether our project was successful or not. And of course, none of this would have been possible without the key stakeholders and the senior leadership involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann, Tracy, and Kyle. Kyle, I think I might be following up with you on presentation prep. Some very cool slides there, and very compelling. And in addition to these 3 that have answered that noble call, want to introduce our next partner who answered the noble call from California and Silicon Valley to come join the president and his administration. Megan Smith, the U.S. Chief Technology Officer and Assistant to the President in the Office of Science and Technology Policy. Megan is going to share with us the very interesting concept of legal theft and within the federal government, the stealing of ideas, and 5 more people who are having impact across the federal government. Welcome, Megan.
Hi, everybody. So we're going to do rapid-fire spark talks. And we're going to show some amazing things that people have been doing, these guys have been doing. And we could have taken anyone in this room and put you up here. Like, it is extraordinary to have read some of the things that you all are doing. And the thing that's true, one of the things that's hard in government is that we're so big that we often talk about what we're doing and this policy and stuff, not as much who. But if you really think about venture capitalists, when they're going to, fuel our best companies, our best ideas,
sugarcoat the problem or tell our leadership only the good news. We aired it all in front of our leaders, and our leaders appreciated both our honesty and our hard work. So I'm sure you're asking yourself, what does this sort of mean operationally? And what it means is that the staff got together and created the notion of a virtual single agency. We called ourselves Solving Veteran Homelessness as One. And in the simplest of terms, it means that on the issue of veteran homelessness, HUD, VA, and the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness work as a single unit in making program and policy decisions. We created a charter and a formal structure that includes a core group of decision makers, including myself, who are supported by a talented team of subject matter experts that work on day-to-day operations. Our teams in the field, which number in the thousands, execute the vision by working with veterans every day to get them into housing. And then we meet monthly with an agenda that's set by the support team so that we can tackle critical barriers, review a monthly dashboard of key metrics, and problem solve together. Every other quarter, we meet with our leaderships so they can hold us accountable for the work that we're doing. And obviously, this has evolved and been refined over time. We don't always agree, we don't always get along, but we have a structure that we're all bought into to work through all of these problems and issues constructively and quickly. And in looking back, I think that our success can be attributed to some key factors. And the first is that we're clear, the staff is clear on the mission, and all of our activity is oriented towards that mission. We agree on common benchmarks and common data sets. We understand the need in the field and our capacity to meet that need. We've created mechanisms for communication and decision making. We hold each other accountable and talk to each other every day. And the most important piece of this is that we are always looking for ways to improve and to execute on those ways to improve. Because this is the reason right here, what we're doing is so important. We see it at the staff level, and our leadership makes sure that they see it as well. So in January 2016, on a single night in January, I'm happy to report that we saw a decrease in homelessness among veterans of nearly half since 2010. That included a decrease of over 56% in the number of veterans who are sleeping on our streets. And to date, more than 35 cities in 3 states have declared an effective end to veteran homelessness. So, really, these are the reasons that we're all here today, because without the dedication, compassion, and ingenuity of our federal workforce, we wouldn't have made this progress, and we wouldn't have the confidence, I wouldn't have the confidence to stand here in front of all of you today and say that we will see an end to veteran homelessness soon. So thank you for your time.
Good morning. So we all know that the government struggles with delivering digital solutions to our citizens. With the launch of healthcare.gov, initially we had a problem with not only the technology, but in also the way that it was contracted for. We focused on service contracts with compliance instead of working software solutions. So the U.S. Digital Service was created in 2014 to help the government with not only the way that we build, but also the way we buy digital services. Now, the federal acquisition regulations and the community around this struggles with the fact that contracting is hard. We have to leverage taxpayers' dollars and make sure we're a good steward with them. We have to uphold competition. We have to make sure we're looking at socioeconomic categories and making sure that we also help agencies with their missions and being able to deliver on that. We also rely on traditionally software development methods called waterfall, which really is characterized by upfront requirements which go through a process of delivery. The problem with defining all of your requirements up front is that technology changes quickly. And so in order to change the contracts, it usually involves extending the schedules, extending the cost of this, and so all of a sudden we're delivering in years instead of months. But the good news is the government is changing, and we're adopting industry models and methods such as agile software development, lean UX, human-centered design, and this will make it easier for us to get into the hands of our end users solutions that make sense for them. And if they work, great, we can keep going and scaling that, and if they don't, then we can pivot quickly without a lot of sunk costs. But in order to change not only the technology solutions, we also have to relook at the way that we do the contracts for this. If we try to put an agile software development system into a structured and compliance-based contract, it's going to fail. And so the TechFAR handbook was released alongside with the Digital Service Playbook in order to demonstrate the flexibilities that already exist within the federal acquisition regulation space that is saying go ahead and innovate and go ahead and adopt commercial practices and industry practices while still maintaining the rules and regulations. These are some of the strategies that we're applying within the TechFAR handbook as well as at the U.S. Digital Service in order to make these acquisitions better. We really want to focus on modular contracting and paying for working products. We want to make sure that we're not driving industry participants who want to come and work for the government away with the fact that we have long acquisition lead times and costly solicitation processes. And we also know that you can design the perfect contract, but it won't be successful unless you have people that know how to both negotiate it and know how to implement it back in the agencies. So I started my federal career in Kansas City, Missouri, and so I'm a show-me kind of girl. And so in our acquisition community, it's very important for us to not only hear what people are telling us to do, but to actually know how to do it. So show me how this can actually be done. So the Digital Service Procurement Team is composed of contracting officers, contracting officer representatives, and industry specialists who've actually been developing and designing digital service acquisitions in the space over the last 5 years. And we've been successful most of the time. We've made some mistakes, and we have a body of knowledge that we want to share with the rest of the federal government in order to help you all adopt these strategies faster. With the launch of the Acquisition Gateway, GSA's knowledge portal for the acquisition community, which addresses all of federal procurement, we carved ourselves out a niche, and we're calling this the TechFAR Hub. This is available both on the public and the private side of the Acquisition Gateway. And what the TechFAR Hub is really a way for us to communicate with our end users, which is the acquisition community, how we can do these types of procurements and also to share the success stories in this area. It's broken down into 3 main places, which the first one is Discover It. So this includes training opportunities, Ann Rung's podcast series on digital service acquisitions, as well as field guides and also information related to events that are going to be upcoming. The Discuss It is a community space for us to have the practitioners not only interact with the community internal, but also with our the federal workforce and the people that are selling those services to us. And then Do It, this is the really exciting part. This is where we're actually building tools, such as the solicitation builder, which translate the digital service playbook into a statement of objective, or an IGCE calculator, so you understand how to buy agile teams instead of just individual labor categories. This also includes the samples and the templates that I know every single contracting officer I've ever engaged with, their first question is, can I get a sample? Yes, you can, and here they are. So the case studies that we're trying to put up there relate similarly to one of the case studies we did with SBA.gov when we did a USDS discovery sprint. Right after we finished that and gave them recommendations, they wanted to implement that in a contract. And so we were able to work with them to compete an acquisition on basically in 3.5 months. And after the kickoff in July, they had a environment ready with it was based on cloud, open source software, which is something new to the agency, and they delivered something in 9 months after deciding that they actually needed to conduct and put this out. And so that was the Am I Eligible tool, which tells women-owned small businesses whether or not they're able to get a certification within the government. They've since been iterating, and now they're being successful. So we need your success stories. We need you to help contribute to this and help us with this federal adoption of digital service acquisitions. Thank you very much.
Good morning. What an honor it is to be here. I feel compelled to share with you that I'm a second generation career civil servant, so any opportunity that I have to honor federal excellence in public service is just indeed an honor for me. So congratulations to all the awardees, and thank you for having me. Again, my name is Kyle Hare, and I'm the director of an in-house process improvement and consulting team called Cedar Lean at the Food and Drug Administration's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. Our mission at the FDA and Cedar is simple: using the best possible science available towards our regulatory activities. And our mission is far-reaching. Over 25 cents of every dollar spent in the US is spent on an FDA-regulated product. And sometimes, when a patient takes a medicine, those drugs can cause an adverse reaction. And when that happens, we get a phone call. The FDA gets notified. And when the FDA gets enough data, we need to deliberate what to do, just what to do. So as we know, every drug has both its risks and its benefits. So this deliberation can take some time. Meanwhile, many people continue taking drugs or continue taking that product and can have adverse events happen to them. So sometimes the FDA is referred to as a black box. And that's because we don't have transparency into how our process works or when we go through a process or the timing with the deliberations for these adverse events. So our mission in this project was very clear. The sooner that we could let the public know our thinking, then the fewer people that would be harmed. That was our goal. So the Drug Safety Communication, or DSC, is our formal communication mechanism within the FDA to let patients and healthcare providers know of the potential adverse events that can happen with these drugs. And these DSCs are actually published on our website, so we know that those reach over millions of users. So the sooner that we can get those drug safety communications onto our website and cleared, then we can translate that into fewer adverse events for patients. So, in this project, what do you get when you have over 25 organizations and 5 levels of bureaucratic review? You have an over 9-month-long process that it takes for a drug safety communication to be issued to the public. That was just simply too long. So, in this project, we use the lean process improvement design approach of continuous improvement, and it has 4 phases: plan, do, check, and act. So, in the first step, many of our projects and our project team members would say something like this: well, in our organization, we do this process this way. And normally on the other side of the room would say, huh, that's interesting. In our organization, we thought you did it this way, and we do it that way in our organization as well. So that simple dialogue with people focusing on the process and not on each other was really the first step in gaining towards efficiencies. And once that entire process was well documented, the real work of finding and eliminating those inefficiencies could begin. So the team had 4 targeted solutions within this project. The first being the message variability and quality of drug safety communications. Second, being the number of review cycles, or the cycles with which those communications were cleared. Third, the total process time, or lead time, end-to-end time that it took to clear those. And lastly, duplication of effort or any inefficiencies. So there was a 9-month-long pilot, and the team realized several things. First being that one of the suggested solutions was simply not being used by the subject matter experts, or the people who actually do the work. The second thing was that we found that there were simple inefficiencies and redundancies and duplications of effort that could be eliminated right away. So those were quick wins for the team. So what do you get when you have an over 9-month-long process and you have a process improvement team where you have subject matter experts and senior leadership involved? You get a 2-month reduction and a reduction in the total lead time that it takes to have a drug safety communication issued to the public. That's an over 75% improvement and a direct benefit to the patients in the United States. But the indirect benefit was even more reaching: increased collaboration, increased communication and awareness, and a cohort of process improvement experts that could come and lead this process going forward. So what did we learn? Several things. The first, communication at all levels, having that crosstalk and that dialogue between senior leadership and subject matter experts. Strong change advocates across organizations as well, an empowered staff, people feeling that their voice would be heard, and real-time collection of metrics so we could tell whether our project was successful or not. And of course, none of this would have been possible without the key stakeholders and the senior leadership involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann, Tracy, and Kyle. Kyle, I think I might be following up with you on presentation prep. Some very cool slides there, and very compelling. And in addition to these three that have answered that noble call, want to introduce our next partner who answered the noble call from California and Silicon Valley to come join the President and his administration, Megan Smith, the U.S. Chief Technology Officer and Assistant to the President in the Office of Science and Technology Policy. Megan is going to share with us the very interesting concept of legal theft and within the federal government, the stealing of ideas, and 5 more people who are having impact across the federal government. Welcome, Megan.
Hi, everybody. So we're going to do rapid fire Spark Talks. And we're going to show some amazing things that people have been doing, these guys have been doing. And we could have taken anyone in this room and put you up here. Like, it is extraordinary to have read some of the things that you all are doing. And the thing that's true, one of the things that's hard in government is that we're so big that we often talk about what we're doing and this policy and stuff, not as much who. But if you really think about venture capitalists, when they're going to, fuel our best companies, our best ideas, they're looking for what idea do you have and who's the team, right? So you find Twitter and what's the team, that kind of thing. And so it's really helpful, I think, to sometimes see our colleagues, what they're up to, and connect with them and think about the kind of collaboration you were just talking about that we can have. Also, one of my favorite inventions is actually the Pony Express. And that's a funny thing, but it's so cool and innovative that people just figured out how to get this done. Do you know how long it lasted? Anybody? 18 months. And then it was disrupted. Telegraph, right? So this country has an extraordinary skill at upgrading ourselves constantly. And if you even go, like we're standing in the building, we're today together in this building that marks the beginning of the American century and the industrial age, right? So 1871 was the beginning of this building. And so at each moment, we, the Americans, in our American experiment, the president was talking about step up. And so whether it's the founding fathers and mothers and the beginning and the fact that President Washington started the Army Corps of Engineers before the country was founded, or whether it was FDR innovating the fireside chat to connect better with our community of all the Americans, or whether it's President Kennedy, who figured out how to really do all hands on deck, everybody in, let's go. Sputnik started teaching science and tech everywhere and really getting all Americans into the game, which led us to Apollo. I got to see the Hidden Figures movie this weekend, which is extraordinary, which includes some of the stories that were untold. So we have this history. And so without further ado, we're going to start off. First off, no one better to serve than our veterans. Mary Ann Brody.
Good morning, everybody. I am happy to be here. I'm Mary Ann Brody, and I'm going to talk to you about vets.gov. So the first thing that I want you to do is imagine Dominic. Dominic is a real person. He is a 35-year-old veteran of the United States Army. At the time this picture was taken, he was working at a discount retail store to pay the rent on his new apartment and to support his children. He hadn't seen a doctor since 2008, and if you asked him if he'd apply for health care at the VA, he would have said, yeah, I've applied dozens of times. This isn't unusual. A lot of people try to access services from the government, and sometimes they struggle because it can be really hard. Users who are trying to access services from the VA have to muddle through over 1,000 websites, close to 1,000 phone numbers, and even sometimes still they can't find what they need. In the case of the healthcare application, on a good day when Dominic was able to get where he needed to go, when he clicked on the healthcare application form, he would get this message that he needed to update his PDF reader. So imagine empowering a small team of technologists to build better government services using modern development practices. Imagine that they worked alongside veterans and alongside career civil servants at the agency. Enter vets.gov. Vets.gov is a single platform that enables veterans to discover, apply for, track, and manage the benefits that they have earned. Today on vets.gov, a veteran can apply for health care, refill their prescription, send their doctor a secure message, check the status of their disability claim, and search for a VA facility, all using one single secure login. Our team has spent countless hours over the past year talking to veterans of all abilities and backgrounds to learn about them and incorporate their feedback to make the site as easy to use as possible. In addition, we've spent just as much time with our partners at the VA to understand the plumbing that goes into the systems that we are working with. So imagine designing with users, not for them, and what could happen when user needs and not the limitations of government structures and silos can create and inform decisions in technical and design work. Thank you.
Awesome. You know, we get so many letters into the White House from folks, and one of the creative ideas was the White House correspondence team was part of your group because they helped find him. So, you know, it takes a whole group of us to do this work. The president was at South by Southwest, and he said to that group, I need you to come serve in the government, and I want you to team up with my incredible team who knows these topics, knows how to do this, and together we're going to solve the harder problems. He kind of teased a little bit about love all the restaurant delivery apps, but we need some help over here. And the thing that's been interesting about coming is I feel like some of my skills are like pumping up the tires on extraordinary things that you guys all know. And it's when we get really cross-functional, like we do when we're at war, and other times, can we do that at peacetime against all of our hardest problems? So one of the things that I know, Beth is in the room, you know, hiring is something that you have really worked on innovating on. And so next up, Angie Bailey, an extraordinary result that happened on behalf of cyber. Go.
Hello, good morning. So I'll start out just like every federal agency, DHS had an issue. We had tons of vacant positions within our cyber and our technology workforce. And then you couple with that all of the myths that go around hiring. It's too hard to hire. You can't make on-the-job job offers. You can't, nobody actually even wants to work for the federal government, and especially millennials. So we decided to take all of that and debunk most of those myths. We pulled together as one agency. Every single component came together under one umbrella, and what we decided to do was announce those job announcements across all of DHS rather than component by component. And as a result of that, we had over 14,000 people apply to our jobs online. Over 2,000 people walked in the door to help us fill 350 cyber and tech jobs. As a result of that, we pulled together 400 DHS volunteers from across every single component. We brought in every cool toy that DHS has to offer, including the President's limo, and we even managed to get a Coast Guard cutter not only across to Washington, D.C., but into a hotel and did not damage one chandelier. And as a result of that, we pulled together every HR specialist and every cyber technology person that we had. We sat them side by side just like this. As the people walked in and the applications came in, we qualified them on the spot. We ran them down to a hiring manager who took them into an interview room. We interviewed over 850 people that day. We made 200 on-the-spot job offers that particular day, and we weren't done then. We know that most people leave and actually don't go through the security process, so we fingerprinted them and put them into the security process. As a result of that, and as a result of that, we kind of call it the gift that keeps on giving. We're up to 430 plus job offers already. Over half of those folks have already reported to work. 60 of them came on the job within 6 weeks, and these are with TSSCI clearances. So the bottom line is that when you believe that you can't do something, all you really have to do is just sit down, come together, and you actually can get it done. Thank you.
Next up, John's going to be at the podium. There's a great idea called community of practice. It's just simple peer-to-peer learning. And so we've formed all kinds of community of practice. Sometimes we call them interagency. But there's ways to accelerate them, having listservs and having all different ways of connecting more rapidly and sharing content. And one of the things we have is we have a CTO team community of practice. And so I got to know John through that. And what I love, just like you guys I'm sure experience, when you're together with the people who have similar jobs to you across the government, somebody's doing something that you need, right? It's always true. And so if we can figure out how to really scale our communities of practice of like stealing ideas from each other in our same roles and then seeing the cross-cut stuff that we could do anywhere, we would really accelerate our stuff. And one of my favorite ones is, of course, the greatest asset of the federal government is our talent. And so John had a wonderful innovation for how to bring more of our talent into the digital age. So go.
At the Social Security Administration, we believe in securing today and tomorrow. We have been taking plays out of the digital playbook and focusing on IT modernization. We have been focused on code, data, and infrastructure modernization. We have also been focused on human capital modernization and decided to run an experiment where we sent 100 employees to an immersive software engineering boot camp. 60 of these employees were entry-level new hires and 40 were experienced developers. The 60 entry-level employees were sent to a 12-week boot camp. This is a short story about the experience of those 60 entry-level employees. At first they were confused. Some of them wondered why they got themselves into. Others thought they would never be programmers. Then there was information overload, like drinking through a fire hose. Frustration set in. Many of them thought things were moving too fast. There was no way they could keep up. By week 6, they were exhausted. Many of them didn't know what day it was. Then things started to make sense. The pieces started to come together. Then it was time to team up and apply what they learned and develop a project in just 2 weeks. Then it was time to demo the project to SSA leadership. Despite all the challenges the teams had to overcome, utilizing open source solutions and harvesting the API economy, these teams created an amazing set of applications. They truly blew us away. One team created a ride-sharing application utilizing Google Maps APIs. Another team created a Slack-like application that was truly impressive and fully functional. Another team created an application using weather.com APIs that would play a song based on your mood and the local weather conditions. And there were several others. These teams are now back at SSA applying the modern software engineering skills that they learned at boot camp and creating amazing applications for us and the American public. Human capital modernization is one way we are securing today and tomorrow at the Social Security Administration. Thank you.
I love what John has achieved, and the thing that I know also is that you not only took the technical folks, and you had different forms. I know you had a 12-week for the folks who were new hires, but also a 4-week for upgrading your current team. And then you also, I know, had analysts and the managers in. So it was sort of respecting everybody and how a team works and getting everyone this fluency. And I'll tell you, upstairs on the 4th floor, there's actually a code boot camp going on, a one-day burst class that my colleague Alex McGilvery is teaching, who came to government. He used to be the general counsel of Twitter. He's a coder lawyer. So we can do this if we just do it, right? So that's the way that's what we're thinking about. The other thing is, Avi Bender couldn't be here, but he was one of the leaders at Census and created a physical lab space with the Census team. It's right next to the cafeteria. And so one of the things that's an interesting thing to think about is status quo as a policy decision. And so if you don't do something, you're actually making a decision. And so what is cool about what Avi figured out is it's sometimes hard to start. But what he did was they created this space with the administrator next to the cafeteria that was really welcoming. And anyone could walk in and have their idea and start to think of sprints and how to debug, how might I do that or that or that? Or I have this problem. They had 400 projects go through. So just brilliant, brilliant work. And we're working right now, we're going to have the State Department library, the original State Department. In this building, our librarians are going to make it a little louder librarian space so that we can have an innovation space here in EOP. And I hope all of you are thinking about where is our space that's the community innovation space and that helps us upgrade our talent and get them in the flow, both through really rapid, cool training, which is very similar to President's Tech Hire initiative now has 70 cities. Ironard just came into DC and they're working with you guys, as well as physical spaces in flow and then the collaboration tools that we need to make it move really quickly.
a pretty special treat that we have today. I have the honor of welcoming to stage right now from Elle.com, Melissa Harris Perry. My role model, Miss Marley Dias. Who every time I see, literally, I think about, should I be reading more? Should I go back to school? What do I need to do? And the two women that Jordan and I have had the absolute honor and absolute privilege, and this might actually be our last time having the opportunity to welcome them to stage. They have been a light and an inspiration to us, and they have been warriors for this administration for issues pertaining to women and girls of color, women and girls across the country, and just everyday Americans. So I have the honor of welcoming to stage Miss Valerie Jarrett and Miss Tina Chen.
So my boss, Marley, dreamed this one up. The idea here is we've been hearing about girls, but the idea here is actually to allow, in many ways, Marley to drive this conversation. She and I had our kind of pre-interview yesterday in which she developed what's going to happen here today. And so, Marley, I want to start by turning it over to you because these are really your questions. This is really your interview.
Okay, so hello, everyone. My name is Marley Dias. I am the founder and creator of the 1000 Black Girl Books campaign, a campaign that strives to promote diversity in schools and communities pertaining to girls of color specifically. But today I wanted to have a conversation with the both of you about how you became strong women of color that you are now, and like what's your favorite color, what's your favorite food, and things that we don't get to hear and while we can still hear them. So my first question is can you guys tell us the story of how you both grew up and how did girlhood affect the women that you are now?
All right, well, thank you, Marley. Thank you, Melissa. And I have to thank Melissa while I'm on the stage here for really driving this conversation and for this amazing commitments, in the academic front. So you have really made this work happen out there. So how I grew up. So I am the child of Chinese immigrants. My parents came to the United States right after World War II. In 1949, born in Columbus, Ohio, and I grew up in Cleveland, Ohio. Yeah, okay, Ohio. Little story about my dad. Both my parents have passed, but in China, boys are like the thing, right? You want to have a boy. So I'm the
Turns out it might be the thing here too.
Right? Yeah. So, so I'm the firstborn in my family. My mother used to tell the story of how about 3 or 4 days after I was born, and so first child, immigrant parents, they had no family. All their family was still back in China, so they're all alone in Columbus, Ohio. And my dad's kind of distracted, and he's running around, and he's realizing before, we get discharged from the hospital, he turns to my mother and says, "We have to make sure we get the baby circumcised." She looks at him and she says, "You remember it's a girl." Now, I have to say about my father, however, so he had 2 girls. My younger sister was a girl, so he only had 2 girls. That was the first and last time I think he ever thought about that. And then proceeded to pour into me and my sister everything he would have poured into a son. And, gave us both encouragement and strength and every ounce of ambition that he wanted to have, and gave it to us, every bit of confidence. So that was amazing to have 2 parents who were so supportive. So that's a big thing that I'm so grateful for and fortunate to have. But then a lot of my life was shaped growing up in Cleveland, Ohio, like one of maybe 6 Chinese families on the east side of Cleveland at that time. and being, you know, a distinct minority in a majority world there, and learning how both to be, respect and grow to love my Chinese culture, even though I can't speak Chinese. So, but I do know great food and everything else, and great holidays and great traditions, and be connected to my family. Some of it was my parents started a Chinese family camp for kids in the Midwest, where we to this day, 60 years later, we still go, I take my kids to. But they had to work hard. My parents worked hard to make sure I had that cultural identity as well as living in a majority world. And I think that also, without even knowing it, gave me the strength, you know, both as a woman and as a Chinese woman, to grow into and understand that identity, be proud of it, and also in the face of when people don't look like you, continue to speak out. So I think that's how I kind of learned it when I started going into a lot of, you know, courtrooms and places like that where nobody looked like me. And I didn't kind of matter, because when I was a kid, I was always in rooms with people who didn't look like me.
Good story, yes. So I am the daughter, only child of James and Barbara Bowman. My mom grew up in Chicago. My dad grew up here. They met and fell in love and got married. And my father's was a physician, and decided to do something kind of crazy when he left the Army. And he was having a hard time finding a job in an academic institution at any of the universities here in the United States. And so out of frustration, he decided, well, let's just go and live outside of the United States for a while. So he started looking for opportunities, and he found an offer to go and help start a hospital in Shiraz, Iran. And my parents are kind of crazy, and I don't think either of them had been out of the country except for once to Europe at that point. But off they went after having been married for about 4 years to Shiraz, Iran. My father helped start the Namazi hospital there. And I was the second baby born in the hospital. And so when people say to me, well, why were you born in Iran? I say, because that's where my mother was when she gave birth. So we lived in Shiraz for 5 years. We lived on a hospital compound. And at that time, the United States and Iran had excellent diplomatic relationship. And the leadership in Iran was recruiting physicians from all over the world to come and work with Iranian doctors and share best practices. And so on our hospital compound, we had people from, you know, every possible country. And so it was a very kind of cosmopolitan place to grow up. But after about 5 years, my parents decided that it was really hard to raise a black child in a different country with a different customs and traditions. And she wanted me to begin to think about, you know, my blackness. And so first stop, they moved to London for a year, and then back to Chicago. And we lived in Hyde Park, where my mom still lives today, which is one of the most integrated neighborhoods in the country. And it's affiliated with the university, so you've got this kind of academic overlay on top of this rich culture of diversity. But I started in public school, and it was a predominantly black public school. And here I am. I speak 3 languages at that point: English, Farsi, and French. I skipped 2 grades because that's the education that I was getting actually in Iran and in London. So I'm 5 going on 6 in 2nd grade. And I really got bullied a lot. And I remember those early days of trying to figure out how I fit in. And it took a lot from my parents to kind of instill in me, and the big family that I have. So even though I'm an only child, we lived in basically a family compound. Within about 3 blocks, we had about 35 relatives. And that's really where I got my sense of self and my sense of black identity from this family that we had. And I'm very fortunate, similar to Tina, that I had 2 parents who loved me dearly, gave me unconditional love, set very high expectations, and then gave me the safety net of protection in case I stumbled and fell, which gave me the latitude, I think, to take risks. And I think my dad never actually admitted it, but wanted a boy as well. And when I came, he said, all right, well, we'll make the best of this situation. So he treated me like, you know, the son he never had. So we played tennis together, and there was a lot of competition, and our family dinner table, both my nuclear family and then the larger family that would come over every Sunday for dinner, was always spirited in debate and conversation. But other than at that table, I was really pretty shy. And it may be hard for you to believe that now, but because I don't stop talking. But at that stage of my life, I really had to learn to grow out of my comfort with just my family. And it wasn't until I was a young adult, actually, that I developed my voice and the power of that voice. That's my story.
So what I love about this is when Marley and I were talking about why she wanted to start with your stories, is we knew we were going to talk a lot about data, and we were going to talk a lot about these questions of being women and girls of color, but those can feel flat. And so part of storytelling that we felt was so important is that you get inside of those numbers. You can get inside of the quantitative data. And one of the things that that Marley is working on is this idea that every one of these identities, an identity like, for example, black girl, is actually a lot more complicated. So you might say, oh, I grew up on the south side of Chicago. People presume they know everything about you. Or, oh yeah, I grew up in Cleveland. People think they know. But in fact, these stories help us to understand that even every one of these data points is actually still complicated. Did you get what you were hoping for from some of those stories, Marley?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Well, and my next question is that you both went to very elite, great universities, but how was it like for you being very smart girls of color in a very strong and competitive university? And especially for you, because you were at a women's college, and then you went to law school, which was co-ed. So how was it like changing from an environment that was all about women to an environment that was not focused on them?
So actually, at the time I went to Radcliffe, so I went to Radcliffe College at Harvard University. By the time I got there in 1974, Radcliffe had actually merged with Harvard. They went through this long merger, non-merger, over a very long period of time, debating it. By the time I got there in 1974, they had not yet merged the admissions offices, so I was admitted and graduated from just Radcliffe University. But they had merged the housing, and all the classes had already been co-ed for a while. So I lived in co-ed housing. So it really felt like you were just at Harvard University. What I love about this story, for those of you who don't know it, is the next year in 1975, I was the last class to be just admitted to Radcliffe.
All right, everybody. The News Now stream will shut down for just a little bit. We'll be back later this afternoon.